Oh, come on, boy. You got it. For everyone's safety. All of us. There was no direct funding again for it. Preparation. Didn't get a fee. The duration of my life. Est venu d'abord assurer la sécurité de tout veillement chez tout le monde après de cabinet et les ordinateurs portables sous le siège.
Mm. Okay, hello. I'm going to be loud. We've got a very busy meeting tonight, and there is a lot of you. So thank you for coming out tonight.
The microphone's not too bad, Matt, but there's one back here too now.
Sounds good, Jeff. Thank you. All right, we've got a few seats up here. If you're in the back, if you're standing, come on up. Don't be shy. It's not magic mic, so you don't have to worry about getting too close. Those of you that are in the chats, give me a thumbs up if you can hear us and you can see us. Wunderbar. Okay, we're gonna turn on the record. So we can share it later.
They're gonna jump over you.
Yeah, hi, how are you? Okay, it's working. Hi, everyone. Wow. Okay. We have a full crowd tonight. We have some guests, some new members, some faces that I haven't seen before, and whether or not you've seen me, that's we'll see how it goes. It is a bit of a busy evening, so I'm not going to be spending too much time at this point. We have a few guests to hopefully get you guys some extra work within the industry and a little bit of an update on what's actually coming into the tourism scene in Vancouver, because there will be some surprises. Some of you were with us earlier today. We had a couple of us were over at Capilano University for the hiring fair. Is there any students here from Cap that's made it? Yes. And then there was still a crowd of you that was over at the port, which was great. Give you a little bit of an idea of what the rest of tonight is going to look like. Don't have quite enough room for everything almost, so we've had a couple of little quick changes in that. It's going to be some short discussions. I am going to be very strict on timing, so if you are discussing things, if you're one of those, please make sure you're using the time appropriately. Otherwise, I'm going to ask our first guest to come on up. Gentleman in the back there, Chris. Some of you may be familiar with what was more commonly known as Star Limo.
Yes, yeah.
Well, we've got some updates, I'm sure, that might be of interest to everybody. Chris, I will let you do what you need to do. Perfect. I'll be up here.
Thanks, Roger. Everybody can hear me?
The microphone.
I don't want to be too close. I don't want to yell at it either. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking Matthew for the opportunity. I really appreciate your time today, and wow, fantastic turnout. So, my name is Chris. Oh, sorry.
Right closer to you, Bob.
The microphone is not.
There we go. My name is Chris. I'm a sales and marketing director and architect of our new tour program, or one of the architects that I'm here to talk to you about today. As Matthew alluded to, we used to be known as Star Limousine. We've recently done a completely rebrand. We dropped the word limousine, and now we're known as Star Chauffeur Services. Just more encompasses what we do. We have a largest fleet in Western Canada, and we've just spent about $4.5 million, or actually over $5 million in the last 48 months on new equipment. So we've got everything from electric luxury sedans, SUVs, Sprinter vans, up to minibuses and 4 brand new highway coaches. So yes, we've done a lot of growth, and with that, Stars, as I say, is the oldest. We actually turned 45 years old this year. So we've been around since 1980. So. We have a base here in Vancouver, as most of you know, but we also have a base in Calgary. We have vehicles based in Canmore, and we're about to open in the spring in Edmonton. And while I'm focused on Vancouver today, if any of you are or know people in those regions that are interested in driver guide positions, we're looking to expand our team in the Rockies as well. So as I said, we operate through BC and Alberta. And so with the addition of the 4 new coach buses, we're excited to announce our new Star Sightseeing program. We switch to the next.
website.
Just get that. So we're just working on our website, so there's some finishing touches here, but just as a visual here. Let's see if I can scroll. There you go. Okay. So Star's Sightseeing is a new division of Star Chauffeur Services. And as of May 1st, with the new 4 coach buses, we're launching daily scheduled sightseeing tours. We're launching 3 tours, one Vancouver and Capilano Suspension Bridge. We call it a soft adventure. Whistler Sea Sky Gondola, a Fire and Ice Discovery, and Whistler Victoria Butchart Garden, an elevated experience. And these are unlike what's currently out in the market today, but while they have very similar itineraries, we are looking to elevate the guest experience. So unlike some of the other operators who are using older equipment, our buses are brand new. We've just spent $900,000 on each one. They're the most luxurious and beautiful coach buses in the West Coast here. And we have a 4th one coming in June. So that's the one big plus. Instead of just relying on a driver guide, we're looking to hire, and that's why I'm here today, step-on dedicated guides to provide a more elevated and personalized experience to our guests. We've also got a number of other little things that I won't talk to you about today. If you come work with us, we'll definitely tell you more, but to try to elevate the overall guest experience and position ourselves as a premium product, but coming in at the same price point as the others in the industry. With our relationships with the Clay Door and other tour operators, with our charter side, we have very good relationships, and they've been coming to us saying, help us fill this void. So.
Can you tell us what kind of buses do you have?
Prevos, the new 100-year anniversary 56 passenger Prevos. They all have onboard washing systems. So,
Biggest price for one person.
Oh, not really.
yes, per person. Yeah. Just looking at it, and this website is not finished, so I'm looking at it and realizing that the pricing is wrong. So it's got a Victoria pricing, but the pricing is incorrect from this side. So that's something I have to tell my developer here overnight. But anyway, so this isn't really live yet. It's just for you guys today. But so anyways, the pricing will be really the same price point as West Coast and Land Sea. But obviously we're coming in and trying to provide a more elevated experience. So I'm here today to introduce you to what we're up to, and also to invite any of you. We're looking to hire 9 step-on guides. We're looking for dynamic, outgoing, fabulous guides that with or without experience, if you don't have experience, we're happy to train you. And we're looking for those passionate individuals that are going to make that great impression with our guests. And we're looking at hiring them next week. So we'll be doing interviews Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week. With the idea that the following week we'll start training and orientation with the goal of launching May 1st with our daily tours. I'm going to leave some business cards here today. We're also looking, in addition, if you are a driver / guide and you have experience doing that, we also are looking to build up our driver pool coming into the spring and summer. We do obviously chauffeured services, but we do a lot of private custom sightseeing for Fairmont Pac Rim and various Fairmont hotels through the Rockies, Victoria, Vancouver, Whistler. So there's that opportunity as well. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Yes, who is actually, who are the clients on those tours? Are they booked through hotels or through who?
There's going to be a variety. We work, we're the preferred supplier for Rocky Mountaineer. We've been working with Discover Holidays, Canada Rail. We work with all the Clay Door, the concierge. We'll be primarily booking. Obviously, this is our first season. We're just kind of getting things into play. We're working with OTAs, online travel agencies.
So if we have a
number
client in front of us who says, I have a free day, what do I do? Where do we send them?
You can send them. Well, if you're working for us, then
No, not working for you, just,
Oh.
we have a client who says, I have a day off, what do I do?
Well,
That
if
sounds
you're
good.
not working for us and you want to be an affiliate of ours, I would set you up, the affiliate, you sell our tours, they can go to your unique URL or you can load it in and then you get a commission, we'll track commissions and pay you a 10% commission on that.
And if you don't know who that, can they?
But if they don't do that, they can go online we've got set up with the online booking system through Ventrata. So on our website, they can just book now, click and pay and stuff. So if you, actually, if you click on.
Availability should be.
Okay, so here, let's try this. Yeah, so now you could, they can scroll through, see all the pictures. Information about the tour, they can. Oh, sorry, no, this is got the right pricing here. So then you go to adults, kids, you can put an optional gratuity. Sorry, it's obviously select the date. So anyways, you go through the process, just normal booking process and go through. We pick up all the downtown hotels. So some of the hotels are close to others. We have the guests, walk across the street and stuff, but that's all in the confirmation. But majority, all the majors, we pick up every morning. So.
Capilano,
So Capilano tour starts at 11 and finishes at 5. So it's a 6-hour tour.
you don't have to do in the afternoon.
That's
Later.
11 till 5.
You don't have any restaurants like 1 or 2.
No, we're running one tour to start, a Vancouver tour. So that'll be daily. Victoria departs Vancouver at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock ferry, or sorry, 10 o'clock ferry, comes back on the 7 o'clock ferry.
And the Whistler.
Whistler leaves at 8:30, leaves 15 minutes before the West Coast and Land Sea. Get to the Sea to Sky gondola 15 minutes before, everything before the crowds, and have a little bit more time. So if any of you are interested, certainly I can leave some business cards. I'll stick around for the break if anybody wants to chat. Certainly submit your CV and bring it in to me. Yeah, look forward to hearing it from anybody.
So a couple of quick questions here within the chat. Apart from the newer buses, what makes your tours different from other companies?
Well, first of all, the step-on guide, the dedicated step-on guide. And then there's a couple of other things within, so I'm actually check this in a second. We have a slightly more enhanced commentary in terms of the topic. It's like Whistler, there's a Whistler sightseeing tour that you're probably all used to. Ours has a geological twist, called a fire and ice discovery. That talks a little bit more about the volcanoes and the glaciers and the natural activity that's created this area. And then we have a couple some artifacts and sort of show and tell items, if you will, that are on the coach buses that's specific to the tour. So going over Victoria, a bit more historical about the railroad and the Hudson Bay Company and things of this. And so there'll be some interactive elements within the buses that the guide is going around, show and tell, going up to Whistler, volcanic rock, some about the wildlife, the First Nations, the Olympic torch we have on board, so people can take their picture with the Olympic torch, little things like that. We also have a very unique exclusive giveaway that we give at the end to the guests. So you as a guide at the end, we'll be giving away this small gift. It's a memento. It's something exclusive to them that's been created by a local artist, and it'll be exclusive to our tours, and there'll be one for each tour. So if they want to get the full set, they've got to go on all 3 tours and things. And there's a few little things like that. So and there's a couple other stuff that we're working on, but it's a bit more elevated, right? The washrooms on board, brand new coach buses. Everybody else is using 20-year-old buses that have thousands and thousands of people on it. Ours are. We bought these buses for the Vancouver Canucks, so we do work with them in the winter time. So these are like I showed you. See. Of having pictures of the interior of the bus, but so this is that's so here. These cloud seating are the very latest in ergonomics and comfort for the guests, and one's in the papaya orange if you guys are F1 fans, and the other one is in Canuck blue highlights, and the third one will have the gray, so they're more neutral, but they have PowerPoints at every seat so the guests can plug in. We've got the audio video display, so they actually can see the what's going out front of the bus as they're driving along. And we're working with the local partners to build some videos for the CTGA high gondola and the Calcutta suspension bridge comes up. So with leaving 15 minutes early for the Whistler tour, for example, we get to the gondola 15 minutes early, so we beat the crowds, we beat the other buses, go up, and the gondola has the CTGA gondola has agreed to train our step-on guides to be able to go up and do the optional nature tour up there instead of having their people do it. So there's a few little things we're working on with our partners.
Will you have pamphlets?
Pardon?
Pamphlets.
Pamphlets? Will you?
So the brochure is just being produced now. I hope to have the brochure within the next 2 weeks.
But you will have some too.
Oh, yes, yeah, there'll be distributed brochures, let's say through concierge, different avenues, online, we'll be doing social media. We're gonna be paying a bit of a premium, higher hourly pay for our guides, higher hourly pay for the bus drivers, because we're not looking to skimp here. We come back from a chauffeur's side of the business. We deal with high net worth individuals. We're dealing with the who's who coming into town. So we want to take that type of experience and bring it to the table. And that starts with not only the equipment, but with you guys. So the best guides, the best drivers, and these are, we're all in-house. So you're not going to be getting on a bus with some guy that was just another charter. I'm going out for my 8 hours and I'm coming back and you have to tell him you're going to be working as a team and it's going to be a great experience. And if you're working full-time for us, you're an employee primarily, and after 3 months, we offer you medical and dental. If you want to work as a contractor, we can work as a contractor, but we require you to have a GST number in a corporation because CRA gets a little fussy with those things.
I have two questions. One is, do you offer tours in different languages?
On the private, we do.
What languages?
Well, so on the privates, we have drivers that speak Portuguese, Spanish, Russian, German, and French. But on these step-on guides, we're looking for English speaking only. If you do know another language, bonus, great, but it's certainly not a requirement. And while we like the experience, we're certainly prepared to train you, and we've got all the commentary and everything. We're looking for first the individual. We can make you into an amazing guide, but I can't give you the right attitude, and you have to bring that to us.
And the second question is this gonna be just for this seasonal?
So we're launching this May 1st till the end of October, but the idea is if business is there, we might continue it year round, but maybe using smaller equipment in the off season, because we have 34 other vehicles and we from sedans up, so we can run a Sprinter van or a minibus. If you are also have a class 4 license or greater, and then we can offer you year round work, even doing driving. So in the wintertime, we do a lot of stuff to Whistler. We've got private tours and stuff, so we're a year round business, but the sightseeing on the schedule, we're starting from May to October, 150 days, and then we're looking at continuing that year round. So there is opportunities absolutely.
If I may, you guys are also the first to have the Tempsas,
Yes,
new mini coaches.
so this Temsa, this is like a baby version of a Prevost. It's 34 passengers. It also has undercarriage luggage. It's got the washrooms on board. And so this is a little bit more navigatable in downtown Vancouver, especially. And we're getting, like, for example, Scenic and Rocky Mountain came in and said, yeah, we love your Prevost. I mean, these are beautiful, the best bus in the city. But this Temsa, that's where it's at for Vancouver. It's a little smaller, gets in and out, right? And we're like, oh, really? Like the Temsa?
For those of you doing tours in the US, you've probably seen them more often. They haven't been available in Canada until.
Yeah, ours is the first in Western Canada, and we're already putting in another order. We do a lot of flight crews and we do a lot of other stuff in our mini buses. For cabs experience, this is a real true bus chassis, unibody body. So, but yeah, we can take wheelchairs and we can do all that kind of stuff. All the buses kneel, so for easy accessible for guests. The Prevost has got the new 100-year, all the 100-year state-of-the-art technology. So
I think we have to go back to the.
Show you here. This Prevost has got this. They've redesigned the entrance to be much nicer, and as I say, it kneels. You can't see it on this, is because it's the stock photo, but we have little digital cameras up here. We were the first guys in Western Canada to spend the $16,000 to add the additional digital side view mirrors. If ever you've gone through the Rockies on a tour and a miserable day, the bus drivers cannot actually see out of the side mirrors because of all the water. With our new digital cameras up here, they self-clean, and it's a crystal clear view down either side of the bus, and it's got all the latest sort of safety features. We've invested that in, and we didn't spare any cost on these buses.
Pamphlet question, will you be putting a QR code on your pamphlet?
To go to the website or to the book, you mean?
What's in your pamphlets?
Yes, so there'll be a QR code that'll go directly to,
Yeah.
like you just scan it and then it goes direct to your book now.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly, so. But it's a good question. But I'm just doing the finishing touches on that right now.
Canva for the win, right?
Sorry,
Canva for the win.
Canva?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Oh, it's the digital editing tool that everyone uses to quickly make pictures and.
Oh, no, I've got a professional
graphic
graphics
artist.
guy in London, UK is a aspiring graphic designer and UI guy, and I found him. And he did our whole rebrand. He's done an amazing job. So
Oh, nice.
he's our websites and stuff. And now he's doing our brochures. So.
A couple of other quick questions from in the chat. Notice the city tour with Cambridge is 12 hours.
Yeah,
That's
sorry,
probably
that was
just-
the wrong information. The Vancouver is 6 hours, Whistler is 10 hours, and Victoria is 12, 13 hours. Sorry, probably
Okay.
more like 13 hours.
And what is the policy for guaranteed departures? Is it gonna happen every day once you launch for sure?
Guaranteed departure. If I got 4 people on the bus, if I got 4 people on the bus, we're committed. So we had to make it. We work with all the Fairmonts. We're the preferred supplier, transportation partner for the Fairmont Pack Room, the Hotel Vancouver waterfront, and that was. But what if I only got a couple people? Are you going to say to me, "Oh, sorry, that tour is not going out today because you didn't need a farm"? We're committed. We know of the long haul. Friday, Saturday, hopefully we'll put 20, 30, 40, 50 people on that bus. You know, Monday, Tuesday, we only have 5 or 10, then we're ready to make the commitment this year.
Where are your pickup points?
We pick up at pretty much every major downtown hotel. Some of the smaller, like bed and breakfasts and the suites, we're, getting them to come to like one of the key hotels like
Yeah.
that. But the whole list, we go back to that website.
Website's here.
Let's see. Oops.
It's useful, this part.
So this is again, it isn't quite 100% in terms of where the receipt, but you can see these are all the hotels that there's about 50 that we're saying that we'll pick up. And so because we have a fleet of 34 vehicles, the bus will have a dedicated route every morning of the major hotels. And then we're going to have shuttle vans like the Sprinter vans or the SUVs running around picking up the sort of the stragglers and bringing them to the main bus so that we don't have, one of the experiences that we don't want the guests to have that they don't pay for is that pickup process of going from hotel to hotel and hotel, right? That's the thing that you didn't pay for or anticipate. If you get a client sitting on there for half hour, 45 minutes, you still haven't even started the tour. And that's when we start picking up, So what we want to do, we're saying some of the outliners will be 30 minutes before, but all the majors will be 15 minutes to the time of departure. And we've got it sort of scheduled. Just to give you a bit of background, we're not coming into this naive or as first year guides. We've been doing this for 45 years on the charter side. We understand the schedule side is a different beast. But if you are familiar with Jason, who just was with West Coast, that when they did the merger or sold, Jason abruptly left. Well, we've known Jason for 20 years. So we hired him on a consulting basis for the first couple of months. Kevin, they used to own Land Sea. He's also, some of you may know, he also sold his company just recently. He works for Sky Helicopters. We work with Sky Helicopters with our charter side, and the private tour side we create these soft adventures. So we've also consulted with him. So we're working with the guys that understand this business and saying, look, what made your Land Sea different than West Coast, for example? Because West Coast has a totally different approach to their tours. And now that they're owned by a UK company, they're going to be focused on hop off this year. They've given no guarantee to the industry 2026 and beyond what they're going to offer in terms of the schedule stuff. Their focus is on hop. So people like Discover Holidays who rely on us. If you can fill that void, the business is yours because we already have the relationship and we've been exceeding their expectations already, right? We get that feedback. So we know like Land Sea, for example, has a different business model than West Coast. The old Land Sea. Land Sea has just been bought by guys in Alberta. They don't understand the Vancouver market as well. They're also not investing in the local market as well. We probably wouldn't even have done this 5 years ago, just out of respect to the local operators they had. They were local, they were locally owned, we had good relationships. You don't step on our toes, we don't step on your toes. But now they're owned by foreign entities and they're not investing in the concierge. They're not investing in the local guys. They're operated head office out of here. They don't understand this market. We understand the market. We have the relationships and they're coming to us. It was the concierge that came to us from the Fairmont. Hey, we have a problem coming this year, right? Because we're missing this and that. Can you guys fill this void? So this is where the wheels started turning with the owner act. So.
Yeah, one more question. Where does the big bus starts? You know, like
The
where,
first pickup,
no, where
where our
when you
base is.
when you depart your tour, you know, you bring all the people in
Yeah.
to the big bus, and where is the big bus starting?
So first of all, our buses are based in downtown Vancouver. Our base is just east of Science World on Industrial. So our vehicles aren't coming in from Langley or Richmond every day. Secondly, and we have a dump station and clean station, all that kind of stuff. Sorry,
No bridges.
no bridges. Yeah, once you got the guests on board, bridges, no problem. But when getting to the guests is important. So to give you an idea, the bus route is, and this is my proposed bus route, this has gone through a lot of strategy around it. So the main bus route would start at the Delta on West Hastings. It'll be the first pickup on its way. Then with the new traffic regulations that are going to be around the Canada Place there, it's going to be one way around the waterfront and down the front. So we're going to pick up the waterfront and Pacific, Pack Rim, and we're going to go up in the Coastal Harbor, the two pinnacles, come back, make a right on Howe, got the Exchange, Metropolitan, and then the Hotel Georgia. So it's a very short route. And of course, we're never going to pick up at every single hotel. If we're picking up at every single hotel on that route, great. We'll be like really happy, but that'll be just the bus. Meanwhile, the Sprinter vans and vans will be going out to, we've got them separated into 6 zones in the downtown core. We've got the stadium zone, we've got the Yaletown zone, we've got the West End, we've got the, so over by the thing. So depending on which tour it is, so to answer your question, that'll be the route. And then at that point is where it can change. So for Victoria, the bus will continue down Howe Street. So the shuttle bus can rendezvous, the shuttle buses can run, or shuttle vans can rendezvous with that bus anywhere on Howe Street at that point, because it'll be communicating with the driver, with the last spot being the Holiday Inn on Howe. Holiday Inn on Helmkin and Howe. And then we're off to Victoria. Right? Whistler is going to make a right turn on Hotel or West Georgia from the Hotel Georgia, and then maybe, depending on the bookings for that day, might stop at the Hyatt, might not. That might be picked up by the shuttle, and it might be the Bayshore, maybe not. Worst case, there's a parking lot at the just before you go into Stanley Park on the right there, right? So that'll be for Whistler. With Vancouver, we're rendezvousing up Howe Street to Hotel Georgia, and then that's where the tour starts. Make a right turn. You got hotel, the art gallery. You got Hotel Vancouver. And you make a right, and then you start on your tour down by the Marine Building, Canada Place up to.
Yeah.
Will you have the ability for walk-ons to show off at, or is it reservations in advance?
Yes, if there's availability. So we're gonna have handheld terminals. The step-on guides can sell on the day. The people stepping on, we're gonna be able to take bookings up to 2 hours before online, because we, unlike again, West Coast and Land Sea, who are a daytime operation, we are a 24-hour operation. So we have live dispatch reservations team 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So if the client calls at 1 a.m, pick up a live operator or live reservations person, that person can not only book it, but they can also confirm it, and they can do it online too, booking up to 2 hours before. Within 2 hours, they got a call. But because of we have this live people, if somebody calls me 2 hours before, I can put them in, tell them right what time to pick up, add them to the manifest, and it's all good to go. Yeah.
Sounds exciting.
Yeah, how does it sound? My question is, you guys have been out there for doing it for years, many. Given what I've said to you, does it sound like an elevated experience? Does it sound like something that you would want to be a part of? If you are, then certainly.
Yeah, it's fantastic because it got pretty chunky in the last years. The buses and.
Yeah, and when I, like, for example, no disrespect to any of the other operators, they all do it, fill in the void, right? But some are more successful than others because there hasn't necessarily been other options. So we're coming in here and, you know, we, in our consulting, and I don't want to name names, but and I said, there's a difference between the two. One is all about dollars and cents and about the bottom line. And the other is more about the experience, right? And the one that's about the bottom line is like, hey, you don't need these pure both. You doing? You can buy, 20-year-old buses. They don't care. They're not buying a seat on a bus. They're buying a tour.
Would you put your microphone in front of your mouth?
Sorry. I'm sorry, I thought my speech was over, so.
There's your operations manager right there.
All right.
Just a quick one. What are you gonna do for marketing? It's a cutthroat business out there, so. You
How does it say,
marketing, like how are you gonna get customers? Because that's the goal, right?
So well, the beauty of it is we've been around for 45 years. So we have established relationships with some of the top wholesalers that are selling into Vancouver. We have relationships with, Onward, Discover Holidays, Top Tours, John View, Scenic, all these guys on the private side. We have a very strong relationship with all the Clay Door Society. So all the top concierge, we are already the Fairmont Pacific Rooms preferred supplier since 2010. We work with the waterfront, the hotel. We were just over at Tofino for their meeting and telling them about it because they're going to be, we know that we're coming in here 11th hour, 2 months before the season starts going, hey, we're going to launch May 1st, sell us, right? The OTAs usually takes 3 to 4 months to start getting bookings, right? So those guys are going to come by midsummer. We hope to start to see more of that volume. And we're working with them directly, giving them a little boost on their commissions in the short haul to try to get us up in the rankings. Don't tell anybody about that. But Clay Door have made the commitment. They're on board, right? Especially the Fairmonts and this. There's some that are obviously loyal to some of the other guys, which is great. And we're not looking to take over their business. We're only looking for a slice. We only got one bus for each tour, 54 passengers. Some of these guys are running 4 or 5 buses. Next year might be a different story, right? If things go well, we're ready to expand. We're ready to put our money where our mouth is. And we think that if we can deliver this year and that experience at the same price point, we're going to earn that business. When the guests come back from Victoria and they go, you put me on that tour, but these guys, the beautiful buses. And when you come out on the thing, you see people are going to start to talk and they're going to come back to the concierge and say, why did you choose them? I'm sitting on Fairmont Gold and you put me in 20-year-old bus when this guy's driving around in this the Cadillac of buses here. So little things like that. So that's it. Also, obviously we've been in the business, so we have our online, search engine optimization and marketing and doing Facebook and Google ads. We're going to be doing that'll be our sort of ground game in terms of direct. But we've already got commitment from a number of our wholesalers. We've got guys that are saying, hey, I've sold the business, but I haven't committed the business. You guys are ready. I'm happy to send you business because we already have a relationship. They know the service levels we deliver. They love working with our team already. So it's we sort of have a head start, if you will. So.
Can I ask you, how many people does it take to break even on the bus?
All of the tour companies take note. No.
These buses are worth back to what I talking when you couldn't hear me earlier about the differences. So a 20-year-old bus I can buy for $150,000, $250,000, right? These new double-decker buses that you're going to see running around there, they cost about 150 grand each, right? Wow. My bus each here is 800,000 before taxes, almost 900,000. So, and these are state of the art, and they're the most beautiful coach bus. I mean, you don't want people get in and just go.
Made in Canada, no tariffs. So
yeah, made in Quebec. And they turn heads everywhere. I mean, we had Prevost come to us the other day. They wanted to meet with us because they said, we've been getting so many comments. Everybody wants our color for next year, right? They buy the white stuff. We went with this sort of aluminum silver, and man, they're beautiful. We were originally wanted black because all our vehicles are black, but then detailing and cleaning and scratches. So we went with this, and they're just absolutely amazing. And our branding is not going to be brash West, sightseeing. It says very discreetly in chrome Star Sightseeing, right? The ones you'll see right now say Star Chauffeur Services, but come April, it'll be changed to Star Sightseeing, and it's just a low-key, discreet, very elegant. But yeah, so the 20-year experience, you know, we've had hundreds of thousands of guests on there. They're old, you know, and then the guy said, look, they're buying a seat on a tour. They're not buying the bus. I'm like, yeah, but our clientele like it different. When I told Rocky Mountaineer, they're like elevated experience. We're in, right? So now we're going to be we're already their a referred partner for them on the privates, and now we're going to be doing it on this.
So you're saying you're gonna have step-on guides on every tour versus the other companies that have a driver step-on?
A driver guide, yeah. So it makes it much easier going in and out of attractions for the experience. For example, in Victoria, you have an optional walking tour with the guide, right? So you're going in Victoria, the guide says, hey, you can have 2.5 hours free in Victoria, or you can optionally, we'll get off at Chinatown and the bus will meet us on the other side of the Empress. And I'll take you on a walking tour, right? And then you can have lunch, right? You don't have to. Some people want to, some people prefer that. And as you as step-on guides, you can build those relationships. I know where they're from, what their interests are, you know, make that relationship.
Great event.
Yeah. And we're also Victoria, for example, we've chosen the Land Sea model versus the West Coast, where we go to Victoria first. Because when you come over on the 10 o'clock ferry, you get off at 11:30. You go to Butchart, what time is it? It's lunchtime.
Yeah.
You got two options, a restaurant or a cafe. That's it. And then by the time they've eaten, they go, oh, I didn't get to see the garden. So you go to Victoria, you got 100 restaurants. You can eat, you can have coffee, you can sit and look over have a nice fine dining experience overlooking the harbor, right? Or you can do nothing. And then also it takes the stress off the driver because you got 2.5 hours in Victoria and he doesn't have to think about rush hour traffic getting to that ferry. Right? When you do it the reverse, in Victoria, the driver's like this. We gotta get out of here. Here, the traffic is really bad, right? And if you miss that ferry, you all know what that's like, right? So for us, we flip it over.
Return tickets.
We give them the option to do that. And then they go to Butchart. So now your Butchart time is more set. You get more relaxed. And the bonus is it's a quiet time of day at Butchart because all the big tour buses have come by. Right? So they got the gardens to themselves. Right? And then the bus driver is like relaxed because all he has to do is a straight shot from Butchart to the ferry. Right? So that's big plus. Extra bonus is if the guests, because we get occasional guests to say, hey, but my guests want to spend 3 hours at Butchart. They don't want to go to Victoria because a lot of people think Victoria is just another city, right? But you as a guide, you know, people are thinking that way. By the time they go into Victoria, and go, oh, this is a beautiful little city. I do want to spend time here, right? But initially, before they booked, we got people from Australia, we got concierge who say, you know what? But my clients really want to spend more time in Victoria. They don't want to spend as much time in Victoria. We can give them that option. If you go down to Victoria right away, you got 2.5 hours in Victoria. If a group says, well, we want to go to Butchart for longer, well, that bus can leave Victoria an hour later, or we can have one of our local providers send a Sprinter van. We'll take those people to Butchart an hour and a half early. They can start their Butchart experience early, you know, and then we take the rest of the bus turns around, comes back, or smaller vehicle, and then takes the rest of the group at the scheduled time and does it and meets up with them later, right? So everybody gets what they want. So that's how we designed Victoria.
Just a quick one. I know maybe we're not supposed to ask this, but how are you gonna split up gratuities?
So because it's a driver guide, it's an excellent question. And we've been consulting with our local experts. And we're open to that discussion, but our thoughts are 2/3 to the step-on driver or guide and 1/3 to the driver.
Beautiful.
Because we think that the driver is part of the team and he's obviously providing service and stuff. Right? You guys are the show. They're the experience, the nice corners, the slow, and they're going to be part of it too. So you might be, we think, and it gives it a bit of a balance. So on the ferry, we expect the step-on guide to make themselves available to the guests to walk them around, do that. The bus driver can take an hour and have a break, right? Then, or an hour and a half. Then at the Victoria, the guide might have that first hour of doing this, the walking tour optional if people take them up on it. And then they have an hour and a half of their own time for lunch. Then they go to Butchart. Of course, Butchart, you can't guide people in Butchart. So you both have a break, right? And then you're off on the ferry and back. Whistler, a little bit different. you go to see this guy gondola, the guide goes up with them. Well, the driver can park the car or the bus up front if he wants, or she wants, can go up with the guest too and sort of value add, or they can sit down on the bus, and if it's really busy, they can just take care of the bus. Step on guide gets off, deals with the tickets, up and they go, and the bus driver can, so it makes it just much better. Same with Whistler, they can, the step on guide can offer them a walking tour or not. Driver, and then Victoria, for example, the step on guide can get off at Chinatown, Pantan Alley with the guests. And then the bus can take the rest of the people here. So there's lots of flexibility there. So it just makes for a much more sort of a custom tour within not so private tour. But yeah, so again, really great. I wish I knew you talked at the beginning about keeping time. It's on my cards up here.
Yes.
I'll stick around and talk to him.
So you have the opportunity to speak with Chris during the break. Thank you. Just so you know, they came to us looking for you. So if you were looking for work,
Yeah.
they wanted CTGA guides. So you guys are here. I'm glad we had a great turnout tonight for you guys because this is a great opportunity. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And then we'll have you around during the break for a little bit as well. So I'm sure there'll be a couple of questions. Let me get everything back to where we were. Okay. Thank you for that. We were supposed to have a rep from Squamish Connector not able to make it tonight, so we'll be rescheduling. But we do have a couple of folks from, including one of our members, Paul from Vancouver Water Adventures, and then we have Greg and Danny, right?
Yeah.
And they're just gonna introduce their product for a little bit.
Hi. So most of you have seen me here for the last couple of years, and I'm a little bit different. I don't get on and off anything on land. We're all about boats. And we're an integrated company. We have everything from stand-up paddleboards, jet skis, kayaks, and 12-passenger Zodiac tours. We're up to 6 boats now, which makes for a very exciting season coming up. But I would like to introduce you to 2 of the people I work for. Greg Sherwood, our operations manager, and Danny Merrily, one of my supervisors. So the whole company is not old like me. We've got a broad range of people, but Vancouver's all about the coast. It's about the ocean. Last year, I've been sailing on English Bay and around the Straits of Georgia, Salish Sea, for the last 40 years. I saw more wildlife in the water, whales, the circle of life from the Lion King, because that's what it's all about. We've got Supernatural British Columbia, stealing a phrase from the Expo 86 days. I'm going to turn it over to Greg Sherwood now, and I'm really, they caught me by surprise. I didn't know they would be here today, but I'm really, really pleased to see them.
Excellent. Yeah, we're kind of here by surprise as well. Yeah. We were just at Capilano University doing a job fair for the tourism students there. Yeah, so Robert and Bob, as well as Matthew there, and Matthew just came up and said, "Hey, do you want to come on and talk to a bunch of people?" So why not? A little bit of background about us as a company. Like Paul said, we're pretty young, just about 16 years old, started by a brother and a sister, not us, if you were wondering. And they just rented a couple jet skis on Craigslist, and it's grown since then. We're now up to 6 Zodiac boats. We can take 12 passengers each. So that's up to 72 people, so larger corporate events, as well as Canada's largest fleet of jet skis and paddleboards, kayaks, all kinds of good stuff. If you want to do a quick introduction of yourself as well, Danny.
Okay, sure. I'm Danny. I actually did not plan to go into tourism. I studied environmental engineering at the University of Guelph in Ontario. And I ended up in Vancouver and I had no friends. So I wanted to get a social job. We're a very social job. And I started out doing it just on weekends, and long story short, I fell in love with it. And now I ended up quitting my office job that I had 9 to 5, and now I do this full time. So it's been a pretty good time. It's a lot of fun. It's my favorite thing that I've ever done. yeah, we spend a lot of time out on the water, out in the sun. Generally, we run from May through October, weather permitting. But we've started doing boat tours year round on weekends. So we get out there in all kinds of weather. Gets pretty cold, but it's a lot of fun. We have 3 different types of guides. We have boat captains. We have boat captains, so they would be piloting our Zodiac boats. You would have to get your SBOP plus a few other certifications, and we run a few different tours. We run the UNESCO Biosphere Bowen Island boat tour that goes up Howe Sound, and it has an hour stop on Bowen. So we do have the optional sort of walking tour of Bowen Island, Snug Cove. It's a pretty short little tour, but it also includes a complimentary treat, beer or a wine.
Or an ice
Or
cream
an ice
cone.
cream cone, double scoop.
Yeah.
We don't skip.
Skipping.
And then we have a shorter one, City and Seals, that's of English Bay, and it goes around the corner to Grieve Islets. And we also have a Granite Falls tour, which goes up the Indian Arm. That's probably our most popular tour. Really good one. You want to go a little bit?
Yeah, I made it on the top 20 tours in Canada on TripAdvisor 2 years ago, I believe. So yeah, we have like 4.9 on Google and TripAdvisor and 5.0. 5.0, there you go. So yeah, we really pride ourselves on providing like 5-star tours to all of our customers. Yeah, it's been a pleasure working. A little bit of an introduction for myself as well. My name is Greg, as Paul so lovely introduced me, thank you. And I went to school in Ontario, the Outdoor Adventure Naturalist program, if anyone is familiar with it, at Algonquin College with Jeff Jackson, if you're familiar with that name in the industry. And then COVID happened, so not a whole lot of work, unfortunately, in Ontario. I luckily found this job as a jet ski tour guide and as a boat captain. And then it was supposed to be out here in Vancouver on the West Coast for a summer. It's now been 6 years. So I fell in love both with this area and with this job, the social dynamic that is provided by not only the coworkers, but the management, which I am happy to now be a part of. And so Danny went over, yeah, exactly. Danny went over the boat tours. We'll go over the jet ski and Sea-Doo tours now. So these are all also positions that we're hiring for. As I said, I met Matthew here at a job fair. So boat captain, Sea-Doo guide and paddle guide as well as some office and reception positions if you're interested. So we have a lot of Sea-Doo rentals. We actually have Canada's largest fleet of jet skis with about 50 of them, kind of touch and go depending on how many get smashed up through the rental process. Yeah.
Pesky laws.
Yes, yeah. Yeah. And then, so Ocean and Yours is our longest standing tour. It's like a morning tour, 2.5 hours. It's like the best bang for your buck. Essentially 2.5 hours on the water, plus you get a guide. And these tours are very adaptable based on what kind of clientele you're taking out. If you want more scenic, more picturesque, you can take it a lot slower. People that are not as comfortable on a jet ski. Yeah. And we have all of English Bay to play with. And 2.5 hours to get from Granville Island, where we're located, through to Lighthouse Park. There's the Grieve Islets as well, as I'm sure some of you are familiar with, where there's a seal colony there. I like to get our clients out there to see some wildlife. And as Paul mentioned as well, I've been seeing a huge increase in all kinds of different marine wildlife out there. So yeah, this is essentially our playground here. We don't really go south of Point Grey. We generally go from right in Vancouver at Granville Island, straight across on the jet skis to Lighthouse Park, Grieve Islets, and then it's really up to customers. If there's some people that want to go really fast, a little bit of Need for Speed, Tokyo Drift, we got you covered. We can go all the way up around Anvil Island. I've gone on the 2.5 hour tour. As well, the other tours we have, a newer one that we introduced last year was the jet ski to Bowen Island. It's a little bit longer. It gives you 4 hours, I believe, 3.5, 4 hours. And then we have an hour stop on Bowen Island. So a little bit of a break, you give your knees a rest from all the waves and sea doing that you're gonna be doing, as well as we do have a jet ski to Bowen Island for dinner later in the day. As well as private tours here and there. So if people want to have an exclusive tour, they can of course just book a guide with a 2, 3, 4 hour tour. We also have a tour that doesn't go out very much, so I forgot to mention it, the Ultimate Day Tour. It's an 8-hour over to Gibson's for lunch. And it's just really an opportunity to explore the entirety of Howe Sound on a jet ski. It's a pretty amazing tour. Awesome to be out there. This has been my playground for the past 5 summers, and I could not be happier. And if you guys would like the opportunity to do the same this summer, please feel free. All of our jobs are on Indeed right now. So you can go to Indeed.com. You can reach out to our website, this one right here, Vancouver Water Adventures. As I think, and about us, we have been getting a few applications over here. You can read up about us. Hopefully that's updated. Yeah, okay. Well, our jobs are on Indeed. Also, the employment email, employment@vancouverwateradventures.com.
Or just after fall.
Yeah, well, yeah. Also, did you anything else?
So you mentioned about the private tours. We do private tours for all sectors of what we have. Generally, get a lot of corporate bookings. Like we said, we have up to 6 boats now, so we can take up to 72 people out on tour. We've had a 32 jet ski tour go out last summer, 36 jet ski tour last summer. Only one broke down. So, and we can make it happen. And they wanted 2 hours on Bowen Island instead of the 1. So it's highly customizable. We have one linking up with Discover Canada's tour. I don't know, they have a tour coming back from Whistler, I think, and we are picking up their tour in Squamish with 4 boats, and we're taking them for dinner on Bowen Island. So we can do lots of different stuff, lots of different big groups, and we're only expanding our fleet, so it's only expanding our capabilities. We do also big kayak groups with school groups, young children. Who are not old enough to drive a jet ski, they can go on a paddleboard or on a kayak. So we've had, it's 1 guide per 6 vessels on the water. That's the same is true for Sea-Doo. And same is true for kayaks and paddleboards. The guide would take out, if we had a group of 48, well, we would need 8 guides. So it can get pretty crazy out there, especially in False Creek, which is one of the busiest waterways that I've ever been in. But yeah, we do a lot of cool stuff with a lot of different types of people from lots of people that can't even swim, which is.
Yeah.
The swimming thing is the swimming thing's absolutely an issue. We have the 1-piece Mustang survival suits for all of our passengers. They're 12 passenger boats because that's the international number based on Lloyd's of London insurance for tour boats, quite frankly. So that everybody's going to be a 12 passenger boat, whether it's 160 feet or 30 feet like ours. But we take people comfortably into their 90s and get them in the suit. That's sometimes the biggest challenge of the whole tour.
Well, getting out is fun.
And they're anxious to get out of the suit sometimes. We can take them from about this tall. We have a line on the wall in the office because they have to be able to hang on. It's like a ride at something. The boats are open. There's handrails everywhere. But we can get people up to about 420 pounds into these suits. We go up to triple XL. And we're working on Plan B, which is something even larger. But you don't even know about it yet, sorry. That's my fault. I haven't had a chance to catch up. But we can take just about anybody, and we have. And they all have a great time. We are not in the whale watching business, and that's deliberate. Okay, there's some issues around that's just not part of our program. And we're gonna show you supernatural British Columbia, and we pretty much guarantee you have a good time. And you're going to experience whatever the weather is.
Yeah.
Whether it's Up Howe Sound, and that, by the way, the UNESCO tour, Up Howe Sound, we've only had the UNESCO status for 4 years. But that's a draw. It's shocking how many people are interested in that. And it's a story that tells itself. It's because we're storytellers. Okay, we're not tour guides. We're not telling you what date something, who did this, who built the bridge.
Well, speak for yourself.
I'm more of a storyteller. But people want the story. And all of our guides, we have a basic script that they all work from and learn before we turn them loose on you. But everybody personalizes it basically on who's in the boat, because we can have a boat full of Australians. We can have a boat full of Germans who want to know more about the trees and the wildlife. It literally depends on who's in the boat. So.
Does anyone have any questions, maybe? Quick one.
Do you offer any discounts for guides?
Glad you asked. The booklet that you're going to get in April,
Yeah.
we're in it.
Yeah.
So please, and if you're going to come down, let us know in advance, so we'll make sure we've got somebody who's, because we're training new drivers at that time of year. We'll make sure that we've got somebody who's maybe got a little experience, and we've got about 6 of our boat captains coming back this year.
Yeah.
So we're only picking up 3 or 4 more probably.
You're currently speaking to the operations team, not necessarily the sales and marketing team also. So if you have the larger corporate bookings, we just encourage you to reach out to the sales email, just sales@vancouverwateradventures.com.
Yeah.
But for tour guides, we're in the tourism passport, so feel free to come on.
Please come down, yeah, come see what we do.
I'm gonna pull this so that if you guys have some more specific questions, come on up and chat. Got a few more things going up, so we are gonna go for a break. I want to thank you guys very much. I know this was very last minute. Earlier, you guys had that deer in the headlights look when I gave you the offer. I wasn't sure if Paul was gonna show up tonight, and I was like, okay, we're gonna see what we can make happen, but I'm glad we were able to have you guys here. If you're gonna be around for a few minutes, that's great. Let's take 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, who's Tatiana? Tatiana? If Tatiana's here, please see Vincent. Robert, what we trying to say? All right, let's have a seat, folks.
Say that.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay, that's good. Hey, everybody, let's have a seat. We're gonna start right now, please. Everybody under seats. Well, over and above future of succession, the future of CTGA VC, I think it's really important. I can report, pleasure of reporting that we participated in 2 higher affairs, one at VCC and one at Cap University today. And we're pleased, and some other schools, but raise your hand if you're students.
Welcome.
Yes.
Welcome.
We invited them because the purpose of that is maybe they can mingle, they can network, and they can hear about your story because you guys are the full knowledge. You've been at it for a number of years and you have something to contribute. So anyway, thank you for that. So what I want to talk about is succession and the future of CTGA. One of the big challenges is having volunteers. And just like the other day, you know, we had a director's meeting and we were short, so we didn't have a quorum. So that prevented from getting any action done. But I know all of you have had the good tour guide experience, and to extend that, and we're really looking for some volunteers. And what I mean by volunteer, for me, my volunteer is to provide service and to participate as much as I can. So I don't want to I want to. And that's the spirit of being a volunteer here. And I know a lot of you have done a lot of volunteering for this association, but
Just quickly, if you've been a member of the board in the past, raise your hand. Yeah.
wow.
So we know you've all had a part of this, and thank you very much, right? We wouldn't be here today without what you have done. We're just wanting to make sure we can keep going with it.
Yeah. And it's continually evolving, so we need to have more people volunteering, no matter what. Let's say on the board, if you get a specific position, don't think of it as if you have to do it yourself. Because for me, you know, well, it got very daunting. Why am I doing it? But I found out on being on the board, it's collaborative. We always help each other. And then to me, that's what volunteering is all about. Helping each other because we have a cause here. We want to perpetuate. And that's why we have the students here, because we want to perpetuate and make people the realization that, you know, the tour guides are the front lines. Okay, there's a number of students at VCC and Cap University. They're in the hospital, they're into travel management. Why are you, I kept on asking today, and also, why do you want to be in tour? What position do you want? Hotel manager, desk clerk. And I said that when it came to tour guiding, I told them that the tour guides are the front lines. They're the people they meet and greet. First person from Vancouver. And it's, you know, it sets an example. You more or less like you're casual, you have proper personal skills, which you all do. And so we like to make that the front lines for people to start enjoying themselves. That's my belief anyway. I mean, I think it's pretty common. So I think it's really important. We want to perpetuate. We have 5 or 6 students here, and they chose to come and listen to this, all the information. And the purpose was to bring them in here so that they can mentor with you, not so much mentor, but converse with you about your experience, because some of them, there's one gentleman, Brian Cho. Hi, Brian. Brian was a professional tour guide in Hong Kong. And he's come over here with his family. And he wants to stay in the, he was there.
He's here somewhere. Camera's off at the moment, but.
And we're gonna have a good wide selection of people from all over the world. Majority of them want to stay in Canada. So we got the benefit there. They speak German, they speak Dutch, they speak Mandarin, they speak Cantonese. So it's a specialty because we are specialties, you know, like Matt said, we have a company that we're looking for a Russian guy that speaks Russian.
We have one.
Okay. So what happens here, we take a look at the list and look at the features of each tour guide speaks Russian. So what we do is that we give the name of the company and they can pretty much arrange, you know,
Yeah, the directory has that information. We talked about that before, right? Keeping that information up to date means that other members are able to search you out. Languages are huge. So if you have that language that we all know everyone can't find an Italian speaking guy, there's only a handful of them in town. But when it happens, they're needed, right? So that's the niches that you find when you're trying to get this. And so if you know people that speak languages and have the personality, bring them in.
Can I tell you something funny? When I was learning how to speak Cantonese, because I'm locally born and raised, I knew nothing about Chinese. My parents taught me the different tones. So Gai Si Chow Mein is chicken chow mein. Gai Si Chow Mein is chicken shit with noodles. So
Context is everything, right?
yeah, so that's proficiency and knowing. And then sometimes I did that with a lot of Cantonese people. They started laughing. I felt embarrassed. But it's all trial and error because those people become my teacher. And that's how I learned Cantonese, trial and error. I have some other ones, but it takes too long. But anyway, I think, you know, like I want to say, like the future of CTGA, all of us have something to offer. And it would be really good if we could become cohesive and be looking for some board members. You may have some specialty, but once again, it's not just because you're your secretary or vice president, you don't do it on your own. We're very collaborative. We're a working board, right?
You try.
Okay. So that's all I have to say. So I want to put a little seed in your brain to really consider, we need volunteers because we want to perpetuate this association.
The other thing is too, it's not necessary for you to be a member of the board, but to work with one of the board members to help in that kind of sphere, right?
Yeah.
We need some assistance with things. We would like to get more social events going. Well, if you want to be social, we need somebody to help set that up, right? So work with one of the board members so we can make sure any resolution that we need to get passed, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You coordinate it, it's good.
Just adding to what Matt and Bob are talking about. 2 years ago, I volunteered to be treasurer. My name is Vincent Pino, by the way, I'm the treasurer. I volunteered to be treasurer. Made it, thanks, Bob. You want to step on it? Yeah. Okay, yeah. So like I said, I volunteered to be treasurer. I come in for 2 years. My 2 years are up in April. And I will not do it, I will not continue. We thought we had somebody who was gonna take over. Actually, worked with me a few times to try to get her up to speed. Unfortunately, today she had to withdraw. So somebody's gonna have to step up to the bat at the AGM to take over as treasurer, very important position. But we need somebody to do it. So there you go.
Thank you. Once again, not having to, wanting to, because we need your energy, we need your excitement, we need your experience. And that's the role of the volunteer, contribute what your strengths are. So I still sound like a motivational speaker. That's pretty bad, isn't it?
It's the next phase of your tour career.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
as much as we want you to work as a treasurer, we also kind of need to have the treasurer because that's one of the important things. Finances, so. Yeah, so, just keep that in mind. AGM is coming up. We'll have a little bit more information for you afterwards. Nominations, elections, all that's gonna take place. We need assistance, right? So, Jeff, you said you wanted to take a few minutes. You have a few minutes.
How long is a few minutes?
Shut up. Don't worry for our new folks. You get old and cranky like Jeff, you'll.
Greetings. I'm gonna lose your luggage next time you're on my tour. Who remembers, only a handful of you are old enough to remember when we used to run the multi-day tours, tour directing in the Rockies, and you had a VHS tape that you loved and you showed it all the time. Some of you, yeah, guess what? There's a guy up at Canby and 17th who'll take that tape and he'll dub it over onto a DVD for you, or a, what do they call those things, the thumb thingies, the stick, right? So if you want to see, if you want to have his name and so on, he's done some stuff for me. I found the old, remember the old Expo 86 tape they used to sell about the whole fair near the end of the fair? Yeah. The song is on it and everything. I've just gotten it onto the sticky thingy and DVDs and so on and so on. But also the old time on your hands, the old Rocky Mountaineer stuff. I never showed the new Rocky Mountaineer stuff. The old one was better. It had old footage in it and history reels in it and so on and so on. So now this is all available to you. It's all there. And anything you've got buried, let me know. You take it to him. He'll dump it onto a disc or a stick. Shirley's going to speak in a little bit about some training that's coming up because we need more tour guides. So the real money these days is, I found out even yesterday that some of the tour operator back east, they're still looking to find Canadian tour directors. So if you're a tour guide or a local meet and greet and you're wanting to get in, get going with making some real coin, they're still looking for tour directors. And there's now not just ITMI that's still teaching how to be a tour director. There's International Association of Tour Directors and Guides, Trip School, and I'm probably leaving out 3 or 4 others. And they all start, a lot of these all start on video from home, and you do a 1 or 2 hours a week, and then eventually it progresses to either coming for a 3 or 4 day practicum somewhere, or not. I found out that one of them says, if you don't want to come for the practicum, that's okay. You can still graduate and pass that kind of thing. Myself and Sandra, who isn't here tonight because she's in Hawaii, our second year in a row leading a 4-day Rockies trip. We all fly into Calgary, rent a van. We're going to Svetlana and a few others were on the tour last year. Calgary, Banff, Lake Louise, some of the things you need to see in Yoho, up the Icefields Parkway, overnight in Banff, Jasper, back down the Icefields Parkway, because sometimes, of course, you come in to Jasper to start your tour going down south. And an optional day to go to Waterton Lakes. So if you want to know more about that, let me know. Gastown will be open only on Sundays now for the pedestrians only. All right, and they're going to make, they're saying they're going to make it. I'm not sure if I believe it yet. They're going to make Cordova Street 2-way from Gore to, you're going to cover that? Yeah. Okay, so that's going to be something of note. And you're going to talk about Canada Place Street going to be 1-way. You're going to
you take care of your training.
Okay.
The rest.
Yeah.
You got 2.5 minutes.
Be careful. Be careful with totem poles or Prospect Point if that's your first stop. There's signs up at those 2 machines there saying they're not taking cash anymore or credit cards. What? You have to be able to use the phone to get the app to work. And that doesn't always work, trust me, but more than a handful of us can tell you last year, did you even see a parking meter made around the totem poles even once last summer? I did maybe once.
Yes.
And I was there a lot of times.
So the drivers do that now?
Well, anyone who's got an app, or if it's on your phone, you can pay the ticket.
You have to know how to do it.
Here's the best suggestion for this. Okay, if you have a local tour op or tour representative that's here, that tour op puts the pay by phone app on their device with the company credit card, and when you are arriving or being dispatched, then they put that in at the day with the bus number that you're going in. That's the best way to approach that.
You need the license plate
That
number
way
of the
you don't
bus.
have to deal with the $60 charge every time that bus comes in going on your personal devices. Talk to the company rep, have them put the pay by phone or the zip by app on their devices. So that when the bus gets dispatched in the morning of, you will be able to tell them, because the bus that you're told the day before may not be the bus that you actually get that morning, right?
Right.
But that morning, when you have that bus, you'll know the plate number and the unit number to be able to tell that representative, for them to be able to say, okay, now we're going to Stanley Park. They can buy that in the morning and then you just show up. You don't even have to worry about it. They're still using the app, but it doesn't have to be an app for the driver. It can be that company rep. So put that pressure on the company rep for them to do that and put it on their company credit card, rather than you guys having to absorb that every time. Because that adds up after a while, right? And it's $60 a coach.
For $53.50 officially, but it's probably gonna go up. Do you know if it's gonna go up this year? Remember, some of the buses are from Alberta and they only have a rear plate. To run around the back of the bus, take the picture of the plate. It's the best thing. Because then you can remember what the damn plate is. Up at Queenie Park, the dancing water fountains on the plaza behind the dome are supposed to be fixed and running. It's going to be recycled water. They're supposed to be fixed for this year. And also the viewpoint, when you're trying to go to the larger of the two gardens, the one that's been shut all last summer, apparently it'll be all repaired and open. It is repaired and open now. Now they're fixing the other viewpoints. So
Thank you. Yeah, Jeff will be available to ask any other questions specifically. Ursula, did you want to mention a few things about your project?
Oh, did you send out the?
I haven't sent it out. It's here for you to be able to present if you'd like. Putting you on the spot.
So I would like to introduce a little different kind of training. Because last September, I did a tour that I have not done before. And I thought I prepared. I've been doing tour guiding 25 years and I bombed. I did so badly. I wanted to quit after day one. The tour participants just turned on me. And mind you, I made a big mistake. I don't blame them. I would have turned on myself. But I thought, you know what? We need more skills. We need more training on how to deal with difficult people and difficult situations. Because we come across them. Right? And I ignite very quickly at that time when I'm so frustrated. Told them to stay in the coach. I was getting the tickets. They had to get out and go to the bathroom. And then they tried to find the gondola and then I couldn't find them. And all 48 of them were all over the same place. And then we didn't have enough time to do the gondola. You know those kinds of stories, right? So I thought, okay, I'm going to study this. I'm going to be able to deal with these situations better in the future. And I want to share that experience with anybody who's interested in learning how to handle difficult situations, difficult clients. I've got some great material to share with you. And there's the flyer. It's minimal cost. $5 goes to the association, the rest for the meeting room. And we can really teach each other, support each other, and learn from each other. Okay?
Okay, when and where?
When and where? And see if
Can't read it.
Sorry, can't read it.
This is all going to get emailed out to you. It's
March 24, Monday,
March
26. Read your stuff, Ursula. Okay. On top, March 26th, Wednesday, from 1 to 4.
Is that the community center?
Yeah.
Okay. It's actually not right at the corner.
I know. You know. Get CTGA, get. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all write a book about the times we've all had that or that interesting group experience, right? We probably should write a book at some point soon enough. Shirley, there we are. We have another update.
That bridge as well, we did write a book years ago, some of you might remember, it was called Tour Guide Tales. Do any of you remember that? God, I'm old. That was back in, I think it was the nineties, and we all wrote in stories, and there was a picture of, kind of cartoon caricature on the bus, and all these different stories in it. And the reason we wrote it is because someone came to a meeting one night and said, I read the greatest book, it was written by Australian tour guides, and it's called No Sex on the Bus, Please. I didn't have that one yet, but maybe we can write some interesting stories, which we did. And it never went into a great circulation that you can't find it anywhere. I have a copy that I lent out and I'm trying to get it back. But having said that, stories are what it's all about. And just this afternoon, Cheryl and Debbie and Wilma and I, after we went to the cruise presentation, decided we should go for happy hour. Well, there's nothing more happy than listening to 4 tour directors tell horror stories of everything that's happened in the last 20 years, because we're all rather seasoned in one reason why. Everybody here okay? So we were talking about, oh, well, I had this happen and I had this happen. And no matter what, if you're in a group with a bunch of tour directors, tour guides too, but tour directors especially, tour managers, long distance people, someone can always talk your story. No matter what, it's, oh, well, that's nothing. I had this happen. So this afternoon we were coming, just a few of my own stories, which is why I'm coming to training. A big part of training is knowing what to do when there's a problem. And I've had a person die. I've had 2 breakdowns in the middle of Alaska. I've had people get on the ship and half my group not get on the ship and it sail away without them. I've had it sail away without luggage. I had a person beaten up and robbed in Reno. So I think by the time I started training, I'd had everything already happen to me. But I thought, boy, nobody trained me. Somebody needs to know these things. So it's one thing to go out there and be able to do commentary. And that's all well and fine. But what you really need to know to be a good tour guide, tour director especially, is how to. You need to understand procedures, preparation, troubleshooting, which is a really big one. Industry protocol, which is pretty bad sometimes out there, the way tour directors are treating people at hotels or front desks or coach drivers and so on, and vice versa. So as Ursula is just alluding to, we do need to have more training in how we can handle those types of things. And as we were talking this afternoon, we realized, we're sort of, I hate to use that expression back in the day, but I think most of you know, but the new people don't know that I co-founded the Tour Guide Association in 1989 with George Bell, and I see Donna up there on the screen. Donna Patterson, there you are, Donna. Donna was our very first membership director. Yeah. And also a number of other people. And then a year later, Jeff got involved, and I can't remember everybody, but I know those first 2 years, that was the core people that started the association. I had a tour guide agency called Select Guide Service at the time, which I started in 1983. I'm like 101. And George Bell had an agency, and we were supplying guides. We thought there should be a professional place for guides to be kind of like a Girl Friday service. And that's what we started. People would come to us with out-of-town coaches and say, we need a professional step-on guide that can take us on a city tour and be able to direct our out-of-town coach drivers, because we had a lot of Canadian tours and American ones starting. You young people who are starting your businesses, kudos to you. This is an industry. I don't think anybody in the whole room said, I'm going to go out and be a tour guide. It just happens to you, right? You end up in this industry. And I was about 30 and thought, I want to have my own business. And I started the tour guide agency. I started in 83 thinking, Expo 86 is 3 years from now. There's all these people coming. Who's going to take care of them? Sounds like I'm getting feedback.
No.
So I had no guides and I had no business. But I trained the guys, I opened an office, I started getting some customers, joined Vancouver M, which was the place at the time. And started training guides, thinking I had had no training. You know what my first tour was? I went on a bus to Reno with a guy who'd never been across the border and got lost before we even got to the first stop. They smoked, they drank, we played roulette on the wheel. I had to call bingo. There were 47 seats and I didn't even get a seat. I had to sit on the stairwell. Well, Chris was talking about the old Prevost. Oh my God, when I had my first Prevost, that was just so exciting. I was on an old MCI bus, well, Jim, you'll know, and they had a little stairwell here. So I had to sit here like this for 2 days on the bus, microphone in one hand, and at that time they had a little button thingy. Weren't this nice? And I'm trying to call bingo, going 70 miles an hour down the freeway. Oh, what a glamorous job. I'm 27 years old and I'm a tour hostess. Isn't this nice? I thought it was wonderful until I got there and realized I had to share a room with 3 other girls. I got $35 a day and no meal expenses. I had to take people to 3 different casinos for 3 hours and sit and smoke. I couldn't drink and I couldn't play roulette. I just had to sit there. And I had to get my free $2 roll of nickels to be able to pay for my food. And in the first 3 months that I did tours, that was when I had one of my ladies, somebody broke into her room, beat her up, hit her with a gun, left her, took her money and a roommate. A couple months later, we had a bus accident. There was another trip where I was in charge of 10 other buses and who's going to Virginia City. And on that tour, I got a call and somebody said, "Is this Miss Hartwell?" "Yes." "And you're the tour guide?" "Yes." "We have patient Mr. Smith and his wife's DOA." I turned around, looked at her, and I said, "What does DOA mean?" "Dead on arrival." Oh my God, what do I do? I had no training for this. I didn't know what to do. I'd never even had a family member die, and I suddenly have to look after a death. The man's wife had literally died in his arms of an aneurysm. Thank God they have booze all night in those places, because I was up all night trying to figure this out. Had a driver who didn't have a clue how to help me, but found another driver who did. Worked my way through it, but I had to get on the bus at 7 in the morning with 40 other passengers, tell them so-and-so had lost his wife, and go, "Oh, too bad. So what time's the next casino?" Nobody cared.
B23.
B22, yeah. For that job in those days, you know what the tip was? Pass around an envelope, everybody put in $1. 47 people, $47. Split it and decide whether the driver or you got the extra buck. No, that was splitting tips in those days. Flowers? Yeah. So you can see how far things have come, and that's why I started my agency, and that's why we started the Tour Guide Association, to get a professional image in the industry, George and I. Because we were running our own businesses at the time, it was very hard and became a conflict of interest for us to be on the board because we were supplying guides. It's not like it is now when you get all those postings out there. But over the years, I served in every position, locations, membership, and so on. And we had about 40, maybe 40, 50 members. We'd have 40 at every meeting. Really good group of guides. And they all got their start then. And things were simpler and not as expensive as renting rooms now. We could do lots of fam tours. The numbers have got higher. And what's our membership now? 180? 185.
No, 85, 150.
No, 150, who knows?
200 on the books.
Over 200, fantastic, yeah, and a lot of new faces. So the outcome of that is, you were mentioning getting people to come forward and help out. And half the room put their hands up that have already done their time, been on the board. Jeff alone was president for 8 years? George Bell was president for 8 years. Donna up here was there for a long time. Doris, who's back here, was one of the longtime members as well. Ursula, and Cheryl. Just so many people over the years have done so much, and a lot of the newer people. Yeah. The uphill battle that we had, we just kept going. We just really enjoyed getting together and sharing information and having new fam tours, and all the things that we got to do were just so wonderful. And here we are, how many years later? I started in 1980. I was 30. Anyway, do the math. So I kind of semi-retired in after I sold the agency, I started tour directing. So I was training tour guides and tour directors for many years, because even more important is knowing what to do on the road as a tour director or a tour manager. And many of the tour guides and tour directors that I train are still out there working. The time back in the early 2000s, the only training you could get was ITMI, which stands for International Tour Management Institute in San Francisco, which was thousands of dollars. You had to go down there, stay at the hotel, take the training, do San Francisco tours, which you'll probably never do in your life if you live here. That training is still offered in the places that Jeff was mentioning. They're all American training. They're all in American cities. And they run about $4,000 or $5,000. Even now, you do a course online and you're paying that much for every component. If you can afford it and want to do it, by all means. But to me, you need hands-on experience. It's one thing for stand there and do a lecture over the internet, but it's not the same as someone who's been there and done that. So the training that we've just put together that we're offering, and which is primarily geared toward a lot of new students or some that are already out there, is the local, we've got two of them. One is a local tour guiding course. And we were going to run it this spring, but we found it was just too quick. We didn't get enough lead time. So we're thinking of offering in October. Some of the students will go and try different things this summer, working at the cruise ship terminals. You might get some jobs tour guiding, but it's one thing to drive around the city in a van and learn the route, which is great, and Jeff does stuff like that. But it's the nitty-gritty part that you need to know about. And the training for the local course is 3 days. And it's pretty much all on a coach. And highway coaches are expensive, and so is classrooms. So that's why the price for that is 3 days, and it's $775. Portion of that goes to the CTGA, portion goes to me. But the thing is, we are using the standards that we set up. A number of us in the early days set up with the Pacific Rim Institute of Tourism, the standards for local tour guiding and tour directing. And it was all done from an educational aspect of, okay, what do? You have to have preparation of the tour, procedures on the tour, protocol, problem solving. All these different modules is what we design, and we're approved by the Tour Guide Association, by tour guides who are trained and tour directors who are trained. We then did the tour director part as well. Both of those for many years were available through print, and then GoTo. Some of you have heard of GoTo. That's, I know it's a stupid name, but
Go to HR.
GoTo HR. Who'd figure that out? Now that's no longer in print because there wasn't enough call for it. And years ago, and we won't even go there about certification, because certification is kind of a lost cause here. What we choose to call it instead is a course that is acknowledged by the Canadian Tour Guide Association, because it's been put together by us. It's using the industry standards for Canada, and it's taught locally. And Matt and I have been talking the last few months about how we could bring this back. And I offered to do the training. I've got it all in place. I've done it before. And the tour directing is very important that you have the classroom training, even if you get hired by someone. Because if you go through the classroom training for tour directing, it's a lot more about all of these problems I just talked about. I can tell you firsthand, this has happened, and this is what I did. This is why you need a paper. How many people know what a seat rotation is? Locally, you don't worry about that. Tour directing, I want the front seat. I want the one back by the bathroom. I want the one in the middle. How do you handle that? And things that can happen, like when you're on a tour now in the Rockies, you cannot recommend restaurants. You cannot do a lot of things. It's a lot about liabilities these days. So if you've at least trained, and what I'm recommending is those of you that are local guides, they're thinking maybe next summer I'd like to be a tour director, but let's see how it goes. Hoping to offer the training in October. It will be 3 days, primarily at the hotel, 2 days, and we do a day on the coach. But this isn't a day for commentary. This is a day for procedures. You're picking up, you're doing baggage pulls, you're pulling into the hotel, you're going to the airport. All of these components are very different from being a local guide of the how-tos. And if you've had a 2-day training and know what you're supposed to do, when you go and apply to any company, they're going to be so glad that you have at least that much. Because when you get your route, you can do as much as you want on your route as far as your commentary. We also teach you how to research commentary, how to talk and when not to, which is a big thing. And once you have all that commentary, you're ready to do a tour because they'll give you a destination. When you're in some of you may experience this, some of the local tour companies they usually have a spring session or something. You're coming together with well-seasoned tour directors and you're a newbie. And you're like, oh, seat rotation, what are they talking about? Problem solving, what are they talking about? The seasoned guys don't want to sit there and take time to tell you all these things. Where if you've gone in there and you already know all this part and the paperwork you're supposed to have and how a rooming list work and the paperwork is a big part of your job when you're a tour manager. You're like running a hotel. You've got the rooms to look after, the restaurants that you have to advance book, all the photo stops, keeping things on time, not stopping when there's bears on the side of the road and causing a bear jam. You're not allowed to do that bear jam. All of these things that you don't have time to have that training and some companies will just hire you just like that. You're not going to feel too confident out there about what you're supposed to do. They'll say, well, here's a manual. This is our policies, but that's not industry protocols necessarily or everything that goes on. So I just wanted to put that out there. Think about it till the fall. That course is going to be $875. If you get even one tour out of that, you're going to make $2,000 or $3,000 in a week as a tour manager. So it's definitely a reasonable investment compared to $4,000. We tried to keep it reasonable because we can do it locally and in a classroom. And if you feel you need more time on the bus, we can always add that. And the other thing you need to know, as a tour director and as a local guide, you should never use the B word. It's a coach. Right, Chris? They're coach tours, not bus tours, and that's the high-end tours that we're coming out with. Anyway, that's all I wanted to put across there about that, and I think it's wonderful. We have the outcome that we do now with all you people, and I didn't think I'd be standing up here 35 years later, but don't I look youthful? I used to have dark hair, went blonde instead of gray. And I think Matthew's doing a wonderful job. He put so much energy into this. That's Dawn out there. Yeah, it was a lot easier when we held meetings. We stood up here and talked. And now you've got all this electronic stuff, which is wonderful. Good for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. Yeah, so there's a couple of these around. If anyone wants to grab one of these, if you're not sure, we don't have the dates specifically. We've adjusted it, but everything else is going to be the same. So there we go. I know we're running, didn't quite hold too tight to it, but we've got a couple of other things I'll just go over quickly. Let me just clean this up a little bit so we can see a little bit more. Okay, we'll keep this off real quick for everybody. We're gonna skip that one right now. Just so you know, passport challenge is coming up. We are going to have waivers for you to sign when you grab your passports, okay? Eligibility update. Similar to most everything is the same as last year. It'll be those who are actively conducting tours in the Vancouver Coast Mountain region. It's student members are not going to be eligible. This was just an update that came to me just a few hours ago. Okay, so members in good standing, dues paid up. You've attended 2 member meetings. That's part of our association rules. And you're working as a guide in the VCM. Unfortunately, students will not be eligible this year. So, it's a good incentive for you to move to the next level. But we'll have those with the AGM and you'll sign the waiver and get your passport. The passport is more involved this year. There are more challenges to complete, more stamps to get before you will be eligible for redemption. Bylaw updates. We've been having a little issue getting a venue. It will not be the big event that we had last year where, we also don't have nearly as many updates to have for the AGM and such, but We don't have it nailed down yet, partially because we also don't have a date for the passports. It's the same problem every year in April. We don't know when the passports are coming in. So if we do the passport handout and we schedule it before we get the passports, it's just a pointless thing in the first place. So we're trying to nail that down a little bit more. So, we'll give you the, required bylaw 14 days notice. I just can't give you much more than that at the moment in terms of the date. Think 17, 18, 19 April. Okay, but that's all I can give you at the moment. We are needing somebody at least to take on the mantle of treasurer. The rest of the positions are directors at large positions. So we'll be able to work through some of that. We adjusted the bylaws last year. We voted. We don't need to have 7 board members as a minimum. We only need to have 5 board members as a minimum to be able to operate. A number of our things are a little easier for one position to take a couple. But if you have anything that you think needs to be updated within the bylaws, something you would like to see added or changed, an election to nominate, please make sure you provide that to us in advance so that we can include that in the notice that we give out to you guys 14 days prior to, okay? Voting, remember, professional members now get a weighted vote of 2. Associate members now get a vote. They never did before, but it's a vote of 1, weighted for 1, okay? And you have to be a member of good standing, and the quorum still remains the same, 25 members in good standing to be able to make that happen for the AGM. We've already done the Capilano hiring fair and VCC interviews, and a big thank you to Bob and Nazila spearheaded both of those. Paul, you were at VCC. Sandra's not here. She was at VCC for those. That was 3 days of interviews. We kind of used it as a mock interview setup to help them find other, positions, but also to provide VCC students, Vancouver Community College students, a venue into the association and a window into ways to become a tour guide. And that today I was at Capilano with them as well. It's a great little setup over there. How many in the end did you have coming by the booth specifically?
At Cap today, 39.
39, so it was lots of FaceTime with people. I had a couple of good chats. Anyone here familiar with the name Joanna Jagger? The Worth Association. So she's one of the instructors over there. We're gonna start having a little more formal discussions between CTGA and the Worth Association. If you're not familiar with Worth, it's the Women of Recreation, Tourism and Hospitality. They just had their big Worth Summit the other day. It's an excellent organization. They've done a lot of work. And so Joanna and I were talking a little bit more today about ways that we can kind of connect the organizations and that. So after Capilano, we had the port familiarization today for those of you that were able to make it. I know some of you went to the pub afterwards, which is why I see the ice kind of dripping down a little bit. Not blaming you, it's all. They've had a year to fix the problems that came with the takeover of Ceres to SSA as the terminal operator last year. They've been a lot more on the ball and they know what's happening because they're getting clear directives. Finally, they've been in contact with us. So the first round of port passes and port IDs are already in your hands as of today, which was great. So we took that. The next group will take your information, we'll get that in, and we'll get that communicated to them so they can get your port IDs printed if you need them further on. There are some changes that are going to be taking place because there are new holding lots for buses and minibuses and limos and sprinter vans. And the month of May, no matter how well we plan it, just logistically, traffic-wise, is going to be fun down there because, as was mentioned earlier, Canada Place, that way between Burrard and Howe and that entrance is going to become one way. Okay, we pushed that, the industry, we pushed for that to try it. So they're going to try it out this year. And so everything's going to be feeding in from Howe into there and then coming out either Burrard or going down in front of the, Jackson Plaza. Right, so.
Still go up Howe though?
No.
Oh, no, that whole part, okay.
Everything from there is going to be fed into the port. So the taxis are going to be still in the same place. The south side of Canada Place Way, across from the hop on, hop off primary pickup and drop off area, is going to be for the ride hailing and that sort of thing. So, you know, Uber, Lyft and that, but it's still all gonna be funneled in one direction. So there's gonna be some fun times down there, but they are on the ball on the inside of the port, and there should be less disruption and waiting time for you, especially if you're picking up one-off groups, right? So they've got dedicated bus lanes for shore excursions, YVR, private buses, that sort of stuff. It's just gonna take a little bit. Once they email me the information that they showed us today, we'll get it out to you guys as well. Jeff, you had.
After you left today, Bruce said there's a chance that when we leave the pier and we have to go down to Burrard, we might not be able to go forward to the cauldron. You might be forced to turn left onto Burrard and just leave.
So it's still a little bit of a work in progress, so we'll see. We've got a FAM coming up on April 14th for Mountaineer, so we've set that up. So show up down there, the email was sent out. Once again, if you guys get in an event notification, if you don't plan on going, please click no. Right, it's important, because if you click no, you won't get any further updates, and we know for sure that you're not gonna be coming. It just makes it a lot easier in the system, so don't just leave it be, click no, let us know so that we can plan it a little bit better with them. Quickly, Gastown, yes, Gastown's gonna have some changes. It's not as bad as what they said that they thought they might do. They originally said that they might shut down Gastown to vehicles on weekends and holidays. It turns out it's only gonna be car free on Sundays. Okay, so you are not gonna be able to take the bus through Gastown on Sundays. 10 AM to 6 PM. From Richards to Columbia, okay, so it's gonna be pedestrian only during that time. Please adjust your tours accordingly. They're adding different seating along that way through the entire section. But in order to facilitate that, they're planning on turning a section of Cordova Street two-way between the same areas for Richards, that whole section there.
So no gas.
Not on Sundays.
No, great.
So.
And every Berkshire. Wonderful.
So we, you know, that just came out yesterday morning, so there is gonna be some public info Thursday, April 3rd at the Woodward's Atrium between 4 and 6, and Saturday, April 5th between 9 and 11. If you want to go down there and see more specifics from the city on that one. We do not yet have a spring meeting planned with the city. We're waiting for them. It's getting a little bit late, and I'm very curious, but maybe they're running with their tail between their legs.
Tourism showcase, I have a date if you don't.
Yeah, we'll showcase, so it's, yeah, it's a little earlier in May, but it's still later May. Side note on, in February, we got a proclamation from the city, create it, if you want to take a look at it. It was International Tourist Guide Day. WFTGA's put that out over the last few years. And so we had a proclamation done. We're gonna try and get on the ball and make sure we get these printed out every year. As part of that, and the city puts it up on their websites and helps to kind of give us a little bit more visibility. Port passes, those of you that didn't already get yours, I will send out the email with the sign up for you to send me that information to get your port passes or port ID cards. Tourism challenge, that's it. So 7 minutes longer than I was expecting, but couple of quick questions, and then we got a couple of we got 50-50 and last questions for that. Oh, Bob, yeah, if you want to take 2 minutes and talk about. I'll get to the questions.
Folks, as you're aware, I conduct Chinatown tours. You don't need a wetsuit because I don't own a dinghy. I don't own a Zodiac. That was supposed to be funny. Don't all laugh at once. I'll be conducting Chinatown tours on Thursday, April the 10th, and Friday, April the 11th. Now, we'll be going to the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Gardens, the Chinese Canadian Museum, the Chinatown Storytelling Center, and an herbal medicine store. And then also we're gonna have food samplings of barbecue pork and a pastry. Hope that entices you.
You had me up.
Once again, it's gonna be, let's say from 3 PM to 5 PM, both days. The only exception is that the Chinatown Storytelling Center is closed on Friday for a private function. But you're going to get a mission pass to go to the Chinatown Storytelling Center on your own time. So
What's the date again?
April the 10th and April 11th. Okay.
And we'll get that info, that event sent out to register as well.
No,
Well, depends on what you want to get out to do it.
It looks like you-
Yeah, we'll set up with the payment to do it with us and then we'll just pay off, so.
yeah. So what else?
What is the cost?
40, sorry, the cost is $40.
Okay.
So that includes, you know, the sites and also the food. Okay. And the cutoff date, please, is April the 8th. I believe that's a Monday. No, Tuesday. Okay, perfect. So, good, thanks.
Thank you.
Couple more quick things, and we have a quick word that's gonna come from one of our virtual guests in a second. I know we're running a bit late, but I wanna make sure. Vincent, do you wanna?
No, I'm here for the 50/50.
Yeah, you wanna do the 50/50?
What do I do
Let's
now?
let's clear that first. Give us.
Everybody likes money. Hey, we're generous tonight, $220. It's $210 cash and $10 plastic. Very good, very good. Yeah, so that means the winner is gonna win $110. Well, you're winning $109 Canadian. And there's an Australian, somebody snuck in, believe it or not, an Australian dollar. So you're getting an Aussie. All right, who do we get? We'll get Philippe here to pull the number. Come on, Philippe. Draw the right number. Pull two. You pull. Oh. So, oh, you now you give me the one with the number ripped off. Okay, who's got 668? Last three numbers being 668. Nobody here? All right, we'll pull another one. Anybody have 668?
No.
668.
That's right.
6678.
It looks like it. Is that 668, sir?
Looks like it to me.
Yeah, there you go.
It's $5 including the Aussie.
So, yeah, $110 net for the association. Thank you.
Okay, Girish, are you still there? If you are, raise your hands. One of the new membership levels is a corporate level, folks, and so we have. So we got an email from Rosso Travel, and last little bit, they've been doing the same thing that any other member has been able to do. They've looked at the directory, they've looked to see if you've got the skills they're looking for their tours, and then they reached out. That's what the directory has been for, right? So, Girish was here, but I don't. E or word. Okay. We'll see how it goes. If not, we'll have a little introduction that'll be sent out to everybody for that one. Yeah. Question, Joe.
Anything different about Gravel Island?
Haven't heard anything. They've been quiet. So, sir, whatever euphemism you need right there.
Status quo.
Okay.
I just wanted to draw your attention, those of you that weren't at the thing today, they gave us one of these outlines. The black is the busiest days of the year, which is Sunday, the whole summer.
Yeah.
So if you can't go through Gastown on Sunday, and there's gonna be probably, who knows how many buses out there.
Yeah, I have a few extra of those. If you'd like, come and see me. I can hand you one of these. I grabbed the whole.
17,000.
May 11th, I'm on vacation, so.
It's made for 14,000.
And the other really big one is the last, September 14th.
May 4th is also the Bank of Montreal Marathon, and that's like the worst day. You can try to do a third tour or go off the cruise ship.
Any other questions, folks? Thank you very much. Have a good night. Just so you know, this has been the most attended members meeting in at least 5.5 years for COVID. That wasn't. So, yeah, thank you all. Thank you. Ship schedule. I have a handful of them right here. But he's the high end stuff. Yeah, she was good, but I told more than her. Oh, yeah.
Like one on one side of the park, it's something that nobody knows, it's like about green spot. And how it's playgrounds and he's the second guy that did all the infrastructure. But those schools, yeah, that was. They took that. Plus, their house was like, they created a story of how that anyways, one day. Anyways, thanks, Ted. Anyways, I might use it for Monday, but I'll see. All right. Yeah. Great. It's just the energy. Yeah, I know you can do this to learn. You gotta right say something this and that. You know, so you can learn. I do my websites. I want I was just in Mexico 27. So I think I just where I was born, and I raised it. Yeah. You know, funny though. Did I go behind really far? If something simple, you actually. It's my city. There's only 7 cars, you know. So I think it's really great. Well, you know better, but I know that. Those guys feeding the pigeons. Why am I saying? That's what I do. I'm a basic special. Yeah, that's what I do. He does have 4 hours. He does like that. But then I tell him, I guess how many? I'm just like 8 hours. He sounds like he's the guy. And it's really funny how it's it's the first ever everything else. You'll teach me all. I want to not just say it's. I want to like kind of extend my commentary and it'll make me better.
Access balconies on the left hand side. We talked about the second floor, the Chinese tea. The second floor. Oh, really? Okay. We'll talk about all this. Yeah, this is probably commentary about that.
I think I will take one exam.
Yeah, for sure. So I know I'm not for that. It's a little, but I wanna make my parents my narratives. Yeah. Nigel's my name. You've already done butchers. It's actually. We're gonna be down. Yeah.
That's what I want to do. Just try that. Much shorter day. March 31st, Monday, everyone meets with out. Monday, March 31st.
That's true, yeah.
Hey, Nazila.
And you're saying.
Yes.
Nazila,
And now we have it going to.
how are you, my dear?
How's everything?
Good. How about you?
So, yeah, that's the work you have.
Oh, it's can't hear because of all the other people speaking in the room. I'll text you later. Bye.
I've done two. Going off my bed.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. It's a marathon, not a. It's a marathon, not a race, I think, you know, when you're sitting on the bus all day.
I don't know.
This thing saves my back. You put it behind your back, you hold your spine out, it stretches your spine. Anytime you're sitting on a bus, all those weird little movements.
And then,
Yeah.
All those people, it all starts to start.
So when you're talking.
I know, West Coast Sightseeing hires, Lance hires. They hired.
they have huge connections.
And sometimes when those.
Yeah.
We know that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I asked him, I said, do you need more dogs? And he said, no.
Yeah.
I want to have somebody, I want somebody at least 3 days all the time, like I would train them, I don't. He was.
I have a hearing tomorrow.
And I don't want to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's what he's talking about. I already know. We already had a meeting for a long time. I'm getting
Come back 2 days from now and 3 days from now. Then I got.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, okay, take that. That works for me, but I think if you look at this, I see this.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I think.
I can examine.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk in text.
Send me a message.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Didn't I tell you the other night to look up the market? That I was trying to say, stand by.
If you're different, that's what, you know, I also.
She like someone today before she.
Say here, and telling me what the money, he's trying.
Yeah, I know. So that's fine. Go for it. Yes. She just finished today, the Paulette train.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, text her. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
She said she did.
Well, yeah, but I was shocked that you got,
That's actually.
Yeah, so she must have, I don't know what it is, they spend all that time to find about you. I'm sure they're gonna give you.
Exactly, yeah.
What Gwen's gonna find out this year is good to work. She's gonna end up working for the one and she's gonna do a Paulette. It's one of these.
Hey, Jess, stop talking about me.
It's the easiest to work for and so they help during the winter. That, so, thanks so much. Next summer. Yeah.
So Jeff,
It's calling us.
that's me on the screen.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, we can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you too.
Yeah, we're still here.
Did you have a question?
Oh no, I could hear him talking about me.
Yes, of course.
Observe.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you know, I mean, it all depends on how your rating goes. Ratings is the main concern. I don't know if he knows, he knows more about him, but I was surprised. He led recently something on, video or something, radio, so that's fine, and he's also real estate person.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so he's a jack of all trades too, he's, you know, how to resist this mix. For you, join us at Trolley for another year, or at least another few weeks.
Yeah, a couple years.
Yeah, and she's got 1 year under her belt. Stanley Park tour. Last year, the Trolley we did Stanley Park. Oh, yeah, sure. Stanley Park in Gastown. Grandpa Line. And,
Very nice to meet you.
and they're Spanish. I don't know if they still have tour buses, mini buses or not, but if you look up Dominion Tours at Burnaby, I think they were based in Burnaby. You know, they mostly cater to Spanish people, so Spanish speaking.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Anyway.
Do you know, is he around, I get the right person?
Well, no, yes, they do hire for the winter sometimes because a lot of the staff in the summer leave them. But it's so quiet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I used to work there for a year and a half, and I got bored because it was the same.
Just nobody there.
Yeah.
So in some respects, years ago, what a lot of us used to do, not me in particular, but They work retail, they work restaurants, or they just did something else because they loved the guiding aspect of it. But in the years gone by, there weren't the needs there is then as there is now for tour. Now, I don't know what it is, it's just like somebody's handing out money and all these people want to pay to get on a tour bus in Calgary or Toronto or Vancouver and do the Rockies or Montreal, Toronto, Ottawa. You know, and then hearing last night, that Newmarket, the holidays is looking, and then they called you.
Mickey was kind of saying they've already fired everyone, they might just be looking for cancellations.
Well,
I don't
yeah.
know, maybe that's not, maybe they are.
Yeah, what Shirley said tonight about some of these guys, some of these companies are doing, you know how to do everything. And they're not, they used to double check everything.
Yeah.
Your background, come into the city, this will go soon. And they would interview you and they would decide, okay, and then they would bring you to their training and then you shadowed someone.
Yeah.
Now they don't have time for any of that crap. They just want you to know, okay, so you've been to them for legal needs? Okay, good, go.
Yeah, they kind of trust you to just do your own research for commentary, like.
Yes.
Done it before.
Yeah.
So that's not the.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's the
They're
thing
more the
with,
personality.
that's the thing with the training trip I'm doing.
Yeah.
And then the city tour stuff that I teach. It's, you know, you've at least been out there with a couple of people in a van.
Yeah.
On the route, yeah, top of deck was, going, yeah. Okay.
Do you have a milepost that we can take?
How old, do you know how old that one is? Cause I have a whole bunch of them. If you wanna take this one, the gist of what's in here hasn't changed.
Yeah.
And if you're able to come to the Rocky Mountain Hero, if we can hook up in the next week, if I'm downtown and you're down, I can bring you one. I got one from last year.
Okay.
But they'll also have that at the Rocky Mountain Air Station.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Right,
Good
and yeah, so if you went there on your own,
Yeah.
there's someone usually in that building every day.
Yeah.
And you can get one.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Right,
Sure,
okay,
all right.
yeah, okay, we'll talk, yeah.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do.
Those two big chairs go in that here, AJ, give me a hand here. Yeah. Pull that door open. I didn't know for sure if the hotel was gonna bring the other one. The hotel was gonna bring in a few more chairs, so I saw these in the hallway here.
Go to nice shoes.
I know, they're brand new Adidas.
Yes.
Yeah. It's brand new Adidas store that used to be where.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Here today to.
Right.
Next time when you're doing the city tour.
The city tour training is 2 4-hour sessions and one's in a classroom in my social room and one is in the van. And there's a few people that want, they're experienced guides and they want the van only because they know just the commentaries and they haven't been on the route in a while to see the newer buildings. Like that art building over here. And a few others.
One with the glass bottom swimming pool?
Yeah, 20 stories up. And if you're on the bridge in either direction, one side of the bus or the other can see it, depending which way you're going, and they can look right up and you can tell if there's someone in the pool.
Yep.
Yeah, and then there's that glass wall pool right over here.
Yeah.
There's 3 glass bottom swimming pools in
Well,
the
there's
city.
that hot tub or whatever it is, when you go around the corner right by the park there, that looks like a bubble sticking out of the side of the building.
This building over here. Yeah, this building just over here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and if people are in it, they all look really fat and bubbly because the glass is curved. It's not flattering.
No, but it's a glass wall.
Yeah.
But there's 3 glass bottom pools in the city. One's at the Hotel Georgia, the 1,000 Block Beach, and the one over here.
1,000 Block Beach, I don't know
Yeah,
about that
Rated
one.
Beach and Hornby, but it's just back a little bit and you can't see it. And I think the address is 1,000 Beach and you have to, from the sidewalk, you can see the glass. There's a small driveway.
Mhm.
A car can just barely fit in there and turn and get out.
Mhm.
And you can see the glass doorway, like where the intercom is. And as you just take a few steps from the sidewalk,
Oh,
it's right up above you.
oh, okay,
So-
so that one's harder to see.
So that's the best pool, because it's really close.
Yeah,
It's literally right there where that light is. If
Yeah.
someone's in it, You see them completely.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have that building over here. you
I
have
think I would be freaked out at the one at the Arch, to be honest, because it's
That glass
really
breaks,
high.
you're going down. Yeah, you're going quite a ways.
Yeah.
So. She wants to say hello. You know, Linda, she was here last year here.
I do have puppets, yeah.
Stop watching your pablums.
Sorry, I was, since you guys were talking, I was like, watching TV
You're
here.
watching pablum, yeah.
I'm watching Pablum, that's right.
That's just bullshit.
Hey,
So AJ.
don't be mean.
First name?
Swarna.
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 You know.
What now?
Yes.
Oh, her lips are moving, but no sound. It's like watching a Japanese movie.
What do you mean my lips are moving and no sound?
Have you ever seen those old Godzilla clips? Okay,
No.
they were really badly made Japanese movies, and you'd see things like this. And then you'd hear the sound a few seconds later.
Ah, that's what you're talking about. And I did watch Godzilla, by the way. A little bit, though.
Didn't you star in it?
Yes,
Yeah, before your hair was dyed.
that's right.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna get home. I had to be up at 4 a.m. for an airport transfer, so that's been a long day. And I went to the there was a 10 o'clock.
Well, I'll do the box. You got me.
Yes, yeah, I've got your, she put her email. She put her email into my system. Well, I think I'm gonna try to do. Seems to me there's a couple of others. But we'll see how it goes. So what days of the week are you not, oh, you need to be home at what time for the girl? What time is she?
My train, my last
Oh,
train
the
is
last-
at
That's okay, I mean,
6:20.
we can work around that time.
Yeah.
That's not a
Yeah, but
problem.
what is the
And
last
some-
train? Is it
I can tag along,
6:20?
I can tag along.
Well, if one day I did a thing where we started at 11, it would be done by 3. Then you can catch all those trains. There's like 5 trains, right? So that's good. And this is that's both people. Oh, I never saw this. Oh, I hope, is he, Joanne, he's left some stuff here that should come. It's a proclamation and so on, and I'm not sure whose bag and all. Is he still out in the hallway?
Yeah, he's still out.
Yeah, okay, so he must have,
Yeah. So I don't know what he wants done with that stuff, so.
oh, if he's still here, he's gonna come in and take it.
Except that those belong in one of the crates that
Where are
I
they?
take, those are those card things, you know?
Well, he still has to shut down the Zoom call.
Yeah, yeah. And,
I can figure out how to open it, but they're those little card things for holding.
oh,
badges.
that's the thing you have.
Yeah.
It's.
Oh, yeah.
Hold your ID.
Yeah, I really like it.
For credit cards, and you can put your card in there like this card, and then you can clip it on your pocket. Or here, or.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Fancy dancy.
Good thing there too.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can have up to 4 cards in it.
Yeah, so I'll try to do something, yeah, so that you guys, the train doesn't run on Saturday and Sunday though, does it?
Yeah. No,
Saturday and Sundays?
I
The
don't.
train doesn't run, West Coast Express doesn't run on Saturday or Sunday, so you,
Weekdays.
yeah.
It just runs
So
weekdays.
you'd have to bring her in and you can just sit in on the class.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I do the 4-hour class can, if it's only a 2 or 3 people, I can shorten it down to about 3 hours.
Yeah.
And then, but then we have to go all around the van. At some point, you have to learn how to do a city tour. But can you teach your meet and greets at the airport?
I haven't done the.
Have you ever done them yourself?
No.
So they're fairly simple.
Jeff? Ursula's having a class on meet and greet, so ask them to connect with Ursula.
She was one of the ladies that spoke.
Okay, yeah, I know.
She's also hiring for meet and greeters for her company.
Story about,
She's also hiring with him.
oh, how to deal with problem solving people.
Yeah.
That would be a good class to take.
Yeah.
But working at the airport or a cruise ship terminal is easy because you're just holding a sign And people come and say, yes, I'm that person, and you basically just walk them to a car, a limo, a van, and sometimes you go with them downtown. But other times you just get them to the vehicle, and then, but somebody, they sometimes they pay $150, $200 just for that, so. So there's meet and greets and step-on guiding. So. And you know, we don't get any more is work from the DMC, the destination management companies. We used to get a lot of
We do.
destination
Don't lie to
management
them.
companies.
We do.
What's that?
Don't lie to them. We do.
I haven't heard of any jobs coming up in the last 2 summers.
Well, they don't like you. You're too old and dinosaur-like. They like young people like me.
I just found the switch here.
I'll take a leave, we are getting married.
You got a long drive, so carry on. Yeah, okay.
Bye, Swarna. Nice to meet you. Bye, Joanne.
Bye. Yeah.
Bye, Jeffy. Bye, AJ.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's
So I will
it's well past your bedtime.
Well, you haven't called me yet. I'm waiting
What
for
are
your
you doing
call.
tomorrow? Are you leaving town and going to the IAT?
I'm going to IAT and I'm leaving town in the night. I'm here the whole day.
Oh, are you gonna do any sightseeing or?
Yes, I've got a historic walking tour in the morning.
Yeah, okay.
Is this yours too?
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say someone's left it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, see, well, he's. Oh, who was gonna?
No, he's gonna put the other water in his van. And I'm gonna put this one in the locker, so.
You take that to where?
The locker.
Can you get in there late at night? You mean?
No,
October?
I have to come back into town. Next time I come into town, it'll sit in my car until. Whatever.
Your stuff is up there.
Yeah, I have a badge from. Matt's gonna take me. Although there's a
Have
computer
you,
sitting there too, that's that your
Your
computer?
market is still looking for some people. Yesterday.
Oh, yeah, they keep sending us bulletins out for stuff, but.
I don't know why would they still be looking at this time of the year? It seems like it's odd.
Well, they gave us all our assignments months ago, but there's a few they're trying to fill, that's why I hope that does get. Director course done,
Don't
because.
you want to sell these?
Thank you.
We've got some more. This is yours.
Oh, we can snap it in there.
Oh, the founder's gift.
What are they? Oh, those little cookie things.
Yeah.
Because you can also attach it to a lanyard and that if you want to as well. It will fit 3 cards. So for me in particular, I've got.
Cause I've got CTGA, I've got my Grouse Mountain Pass, and then I've got my West Coast sightseeing. Yeah, okay, sure. What's the pass?
Don't tell me.
For who? Grouse Mountain? Are they back? Are they back in the thing? I heard they were back in the program.
I've heard it, but I haven't seen that.
So you know, Grouse has a new continuous gondola now, don't you?
Yeah, we
Everything good, Glenda?
Sky gondola. and it
Yes,
runs
all
right
good.
below the red.
They've been feeding me and giving me lots of alcohol.
Fair enough. Good to hear. I'm gonna close everything. I'm gonna close everything down here, okay?
All right, take care.
Yeah, it
Have a good one. Yeah.
You too. Bye.
We do tours up there, so we
Just
have to
after
have a,
Taylor Swift, yeah.
yeah, we have to have a pass as tour guides to be able to take our tours up to Grouse.
Are you gonna do another year with?
I was going to, but I've just talked to,
Talk to.
that sounds like a really nice